Did you know there's an easier way to find and hire a lawyer? Introducing Nolo.com, the fastest way to connect with top notch attorneys in your area. Here's how it works. Step one, describe your case. Simply tell us about your case and provide your contact information.
Good evening. Thank you all for joining me tonight. This is Project Constitution. I'm Colin. We're going to watch Donald Trump's speech at the joint session of Congress tonight. Thank you all for joining me. It will be uninterrupted. I'm not going to talk through it. Please do me a favor, though, all 25,000 of you here. Please take your finger and hit that repost button and share this out to as many people as you can. The more people that see him speak and hear his words directly from him, the better we will be. Because we already know they have a propaganda machine ready to go with the mainstream media. They're already repeating the same words, the same talking points, trying to uh, sabotage his speech tonight and sabotage his agenda. So the more people that can watch his speech for themselves and get it direct instead of the little clips that they cut out of context and spread on the media and lie, the better. So everybody please share this stream. Thank you very much. Uh, he's supposed to, the speech is supposed to start at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So we have about an hour and 7 minutes to go or so. So until then, enjoy. Go grab a bite to eat or whatever. Leave the stream running. And thank you very much. Oh, also, this channel is completely fan funded. I don't. There is no. I don't take special interest money or big corporations. So if you can afford to throw a couple bucks my way for doing this or whatever, and you like my articles, you like my post, my Cash App and PayPal, all that stuff scrolling on the bottom of the screen. So thank you guys very much. Let's have a good night, and this is going to be an awesome, awesome speech.
You are looking now at live video of lawmakers as they arrive at the U.S. Capitol here in Washington ahead of President Donald Trump's joint address to Congress. We've seen some members of his cabinet as well as former lawmakers, former House leadership walking through in front of all the reporters who are gathered to watch these arrivals and cover the speech that is happening here in Washington. Hello and welcome to AP's live stream coverage of President Donald Trump's joint address to Congress. I'm Meg Kennard, AP national politics reporter, and I'm joined tonight by Josh Boak, AP White House reporter. Josh, thank you for being along with me. We're here in Washington, where, as you see on your screen, lawmakers, cabinet officials, and other political dignitaries are gathering in the U.S. House chamber for the president's speech tonight. AP will be bringing you Trump's entire remarks live, as well as the Democratic response and live video reaction from lawmakers before and after. We will also be giving some analysis and walking you through this evening's events. So as we await Donald Trump's departure from the White House to head down to the U.S. Capitol, Josh, I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the topic areas that you anticipate will be coming up tonight. This is not the first big speech we've heard from President Trump. Clearly, the inauguration wasn't that long ago. But tonight, more than a month into this second Trump administration, what are some of the top lines and key issues that you feel certain we'll be hearing about in tonight's speech?
The White House says the theme of the night is the renewal of the American dream. So they're going to talk about the economy and their plans for that. They're going to talk about national security and specifically about the situation with regard to Ukraine and the war that Russia started. As we all know, that possible deal over minerals blew up last week in that meeting with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. And so Trump's going to look to kind of show leadership on the issue tonight. After some controversy. And of course, as we saw today, a trade war started with Mexico, Canada, and China. Now, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has said to expect an announcement Wednesday to kind of ratchet things down and meet Canada and Mexico in the middle. We don't quite know what that means, but we might get a sense of that tonight because the start of the trade war saw stock markets sell off, saw consumer confidence plunge. And those are going to be vulnerabilities that the president has to address.
Yeah, those key economic areas. I mean, clearly, as you know, you've been writing a lot about tariffs and kind of figuring out how all of these issues are going to be affecting Americans and prices. And that's an issue that during the campaign, which we both covered, we heard constantly from voters talking about how they wanted not as much inflation. They wanted prices to go down. That was affecting their bottom lines. But now they may be on the verge of seeing the effects of some of these tariffs if this situation continues.
And this is really a fundamental challenge for the president. He was elected largely because people said, I want mortgage rates lower. I want the cost of auto loans to go down. I want groceries to be affordable. And they're looking at this situation. They're saying eggs cost more. They're looking at the tariffs and wondering how much more they'd have to pay for clothes. And the most important indicator that we're seeing right now, if you look at the University of Michigan survey of consumer sentiment, right now it's down because of inflation expectations. But among Republicans felt more confident about the economy under Democrat Barack Obama in 2016 than they do under Donald Trump now. That is a possible challenge for the president.
Aside from what you've just talked about and clearly all of the issues around the economy and tariffs, what else do you think that we're going to be hearing about? During the campaign, we heard from voters on a litany of issues that they were interested in and maybe why they were choosing between the two major party candidates. What else do you think we'll hear reflected in what Donald Trump's going to be talking about tonight?
Well, we both know the president is a showman. He made his reputation on TV with The Apprentice, and he needs a made-for-TV event. We saw that in his 2020 State of the Union. His speeches tend to run about 120 minutes, so that's a long time. To give you some context on that, when Woodrow Wilson first did this in 1913, it was only 28 minutes long.
Wow.
So Trump has to figure out how to hold the country's attention. He can't let people get bored. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing is we look at the guests in the audience. He wants to further the Republican agenda by cracking down on immigration, by showing support for police.
Looking here on your screen, there are more lawmakers arriving, walking through Statuary Hall on their way into the U.S. House. That just included House Speaker Mike Johnson. We're going to be seeing some more members of the House and the Senate walking through in this next 40 minutes or so before we expect to see President Donald Trump in the House chamber. Lots of media gathered there, and I would imagine that we'll be seeing some maybe stop and give remarks afterward, but perhaps not at this juncture as they head into their seats. So, Josh, speaking of those lawmakers who are coming in now, getting ready to hear from Donald Trump for maybe 120 minutes, we'll see. What have we been hearing in the lead up to this speech, to tonight's speech, maybe from Mike Johnson, but also from some Democrats in terms of what they anticipate hearing and how they think that those issues might be playing out among American voters and citizens?
Sure. So Speaker Johnson, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him because he's going to be on camera the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So his responses and reactions to what the president says are really going to matter. So he's already kind of said, look, the president's going to do what the president does, and Republicans are going to support that, right? He is there as a cheerleader. Democrats need to be able to show their resistance to Trump, and they plan to do that by doing things like inviting fired federal workers.
Right. I saw today in my inbox a bunch of releases coming in from Democratic lawmakers noting, as we see from the president and Republicans, pointing out exactly what you said.
As one of his major economic temperature checks or barometers, if you will. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some amendments on those 25% tariffs later this week, if possible.
The Wall Street Journal has it to what you were referring to, that Commerce Secretary Lutnick said President Trump will meet in the middle with Mexico and Canada after 25% tariffs on America's continental neighbors went into effect on Tuesday there. And so we'll just have to wait and see, because there are some congressional Republicans, no doubt, who are a little wary about this, who are a little wary about whether or not the tariffs will be inherently inflationary. But you have some in the Trump White House, right, Christian, saying any effects will be in the short term. And so they want to see the long game with these tariffs here. Let's talk about another topic here. A lot of the special guests from some of these Democratic members of the House and Senate, Christian, are some of these federal workers who no longer have a job via some of these DOGE cuts. Does President Trump need to explain what DOGE is up to in this speech tonight?
I think he definitely does, Andrew, because we've seen a number of these guests include combat veterans who worked for the federal government for varying periods of time, and they were wrapped up in those initial cuts that the Trump administration has laid out in these first early weeks. A lot of them, I have to imagine, voted for President Trump, either in this election or perhaps in past elections. And so, look, I think the realization that just because you supported one president and that president is making it his first and foremost mission to cut as many jobs as possible while keeping the government up and operational, that's a reality that didn't quite hit home until some of these folks received those pink slips, right? So again, we heard Alina Habba speak on this at the White House, and her explanation didn't really give any comfort to people who lost their jobs. She essentially said, look, the Trump administration, we care about our veterans, but these people just might not have been right for government work at this time. I'm paraphrasing to a degree, but it does still sound like a glib explanation for someone who's dealing with a major life upending development here in this very tumultuous time.
Yeah, so we'll just have to see on that front how that is addressed. We also have some of these congressional leaders. Let's take this full here. The House Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, and he was wearing kind of a green and purple tie today, hailing, of course, as he does from Louisiana. Today is Mardi Gras, so I thought that was kind of a nice sartorial touch there. Christian, let's talk about some of these foreign policy questions. We heard in a lengthy post today from Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, and he says this: Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. He said our meeting in Washington at the White House on Friday did not go the way it was supposed to be. This news coming after yesterday's news that the Trump administration is temporarily pausing all U.S. military aid to Ukraine. So is this a contrite Zelensky? Has Zelensky realized that you can't just cut off the Trump administration? The two sides can't just be incommunicado, so to speak. They have to be communicating here. Is that what we're seeing from Zelensky today?
There's no way to necessarily gauge just how contrite President Zelensky was in that social media apology, just based on the punitive actions the Trump administration has already taken following that Friday meeting. But look, the understanding of everyone who was at the White House on Friday was that Ukrainians will do whatever it takes to re-enter these negotiations with the White House. I think the most interesting development is actually one we got from our own side of this debate, and it involves President Trump potentially announcing an agreement on the resources deal that was scuttled following that Oval Office dust-up between himself, Zelensky, and Vice President J.D. Vance. Now, there are conflicting reports coming out of the White House and coming out of the Trump administration. Some people say that President Trump wants to tout this as a huge win, not only in terms of his economic agenda, but also as his prowess as a peacemaker or a great unifier. That being said, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent virtually came out and said, look, these reports are not true. We have not reached a final agreement with the Ukrainians, and there will be no such announcement during the president's speech tonight. So it's certainly going to be a popcorn moment that we in the media are looking for. Is this deal finalized, or do still, additional reconciliation attempts need to be made on both sides before the I's can be dotted and the T's can be crossed on this new economic partnership?
All right, we have a lot of these Trump cabinet secretaries. They're walking into the House chamber. The Interior Secretary, former North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum there. Christian, just lastly, I wanted to ask, because you've been around the Trump world, the Trump orbit for quite some time covering it. And I have to say, the juxtaposition between the Trump transition 1.0 and the Trump transition 2.0, the first couple of weeks of Trump 1.0, the first couple of weeks of Trump 2.0, drastically different as far as cabinet confirmations, the streamlining, the rapidity with which a lot of this stuff has gotten done. And you can make the argument this time the adults are in the room. They know what they're doing. Have you noticed that change in the nature of the operation of this Trump White House? And I also have to add, too, remember in Trump 1.0, the intrigue, kind of the scandal, the leaking in so much of that Trump White House. You're not seeing much of that right now, are you?
You really are not, Andrew. And to be quite honest, President Trump's first 6 weeks in office, give or take a few days, it's been 43 days into the Trump administration. I'm having trouble keeping track of my calendar, but I think that went about as well as it could have been hoped for by any of the president's supporters. You mentioned that first transition. I think you have to look at the people who Donald Trump brought in around him to staff that first White House. Of course, there were some quote unquote MAGA figures like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, but the majority of Trump's senior leadership team were still establishment Republicans. And while they might have been experienced, they clearly, as we saw in the ensuing years, were not gung-ho, down with the cause when it comes to the president's America First agenda, which, let's not forget, was vastly different than what we saw most centrist Republicans talking about at the time. You flash forward to 2025, the Trump White House is now in office, and it looks like they really put those last 4 years under President Biden to good use. They were able to identify thousands of quote unquote loyal political appointees with which they could enter the administration quickly and hit the ground running. Yeah. And again, just the lessons learned by this Trump White House in terms of managing the media, managing the president's own emotions, and keeping him on task and on schedule when it comes to policy announcements. I think that really has been a drastic change. And, to be quite frank, Friday, the blow up with Zelensky in the Oval Office, that was the only negative day that the Trump administration has seen from an operational standpoint, at least. And I'm curious to see if they'll be able to pick up the momentum that they left off after the president's speech later tonight.
All right, Christian Daytok there at the Washington Examiner. You cover all things there at the White House. We appreciate your reporting and your insight, Christian. Have a good night.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we do have a live picture there outside of the White House as we are being told that the president will be departing momentarily. We have not seen him just yet there in this shot, so I'm loath to go to commercial. Let's just keep on that shot right there.
Long speech. So Trump, and I looked this up, he has an average of his State of the Union speeches, an average of an hour and 20 minutes. So if we get to that hour and 19 minutes and he's not wrapping it up, we know that's confident Trump. We know that's off the cuff Trump, and we'll see how long.
You get someone in his ear, say rap.
Yeah.
No one's ever done that to you, James. Never, never. So we're also looking at an image of the White House now. So we've gone from seeing inside the Statuary Hall to the exterior of the White House, and that is the motorcade that will take President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, down Pennsylvania Avenue to Capitol Hill. Such a huge night of tradition. Obviously, J.D. Vance will be there, the Vice President, and the Second Lady, Usha Vance, and there they are. President Trump, Melania Trump.
So again, body language. He does look like he's ready to give this speech.
Clenched fists.
Right, clenched
That's
fist.
the fighter Trump.
Right.
Kind of looks, he looks, I don't know, locked in. I mean, he looks kind of frustrated. He looks a little angry.
Well, it is late. It is late.
That might just be serious, James.
Yeah,
that's
very,
true.
very serious.
He likes looking like a tough guy. That's his official portrait this time is him sort of like very, it's almost like his mugshot, you know, just straight ahead. Whereas the first one, in his first official photo, he smiled and he like complained to aides all the time. He wished he hadn't smiled because he looked weak. So you're right. That probably is what he's going for.
Speaking of sort of trying to portray this combative, tough guy image, if Democrats do respond tonight with any sort of heckling or response, you can bet that Donald Trump will respond in kind. And that may be a perfect opening for him. I mean, that's one of the liabilities Democrats have too. If they respond or sort of act out, as Republicans have done in some past years, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, it may actually help President Trump out sort of in that moment, because he can be combative. J.D. Vance can be very combative. And in the end, they tend to sort of win that street fight. Whoever's on the podium wins the street fight. President Biden had one of the most powerful moments of last year, really, the most effective moments, where he was mixing it up with the Republicans who were hollering at him during his State of the Union on everything from saving, was it Medicare, to dealing with the border. And he was able to mix it up and have this dynamic, punchy repartee that Democrats were really hungry to see.
Yeah. The kids call it clapping back, I think. It's
They do, James. They do. They do.
It will be interesting to see. You know, I think there's Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries who are thinking about the entire conference. And like Chuck Schumer's thinking about Democrats writ large. So they're thinking about their frontline members. And then you have other individual Democrats who are thinking about how are they going to get booked on MSNBC tomorrow? How are they going to have a moment? And they're the ones, you know, who will do what Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert did last year, you know, yelling and screaming and hollering. And ultimately that does give fodder to Trump to sort of, it's a foil that is helpful for who's ever up there. It's interesting. The four of us rewatched in preparation for tonight's speech, the 2020 State of the Union, which was right before COVID. And I think one of the indelible, if not the indelible image from that speech is Nancy Pelosi ripping up the speech at the end. And what I confess I had forgotten was that Pelosi did that at the end of the speech because Trump snubbed her at the start of the speech. She reached out her hand to shake it. He didn't shake it. And so then Pelosi was responding to that, but that's not what people remember. People just remember Pelosi ripping up the speech. So you do have to be careful. You know, you're doing some kind of symbolic thing that is a reaction to something else. I mean, almost never is it a good idea to fight fire with fire.
Well, and it's interesting. Our colleague Paul Kane had an interview with Pelosi going into tonight's speech, talking about because Democrats have been all over the place trying to figure out what their strategy is, right? Some have been trying. Chris Murphy's a good example, right? Trying to really just go after every single thing. Don't pull back on anything. You've had other Democrats say we've got to really pick our spots of how we respond. And I do think that's an interesting dynamic tonight. It's interesting because Pelosi, in that interview with our colleague Paul Kane, said that Democrats should be restrained tonight, said that Democrats should basically wait for him to talk third rail, which is Medicaid cuts. And what he says about that, be ready to react to that. And she analogized it to Democrats in 2005 when Bush won re-election. Republicans controlled both chambers, and Bush was working to, in his words, reform Social Security. Democrats successfully pushed back because it never happened, right? And also, even if you harken back to 2017, Republicans controlled both chambers then, and Democrats, and they had bigger majorities in the House. The
big issue that year, a very similar safety net was Obamacare and the ACA.
Correct. Yes.
Republican at this point in 2017, Trump very much wanted to get rid of. This was before the John McCain thumbs down, and they really thought that they would get rid of the ACA.
Now, President Trump has promised not to touch Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, but there's a name we have not mentioned tonight, which is shocking because we're 35 minutes into our broadcast, and I don't think any of us has said the name Elon Musk. And he will be here tonight. He will not have a place of great prominence because that's reserved for people who actually, or you know, are like Supreme Court justices or Joint Chiefs chairmen and stuff like that. But Elon Musk will be here tonight, and he has been critical of Social Security and called it a Ponzi scheme. I mean, he is someone who thinks that some of these programs that are so stitched in the American fabric should be ripped apart. So that,
I mean, the challenge if you're a Democrat is like Trump's not going to go up there and be like, you got me, I'm going to slash Medicaid, right? Trump's going to be like, I am protecting,
they're looking for, fraud and abuse.
Exactly.
And
we're getting rid of the scam. And so then it's, it's up to Democrats, maybe Elisa Slotkin, the Democratic senator who's responding, will have to explain like, no, they are coming after Medicaid. But it is hard if you're a Democrat, because again, leadership doesn't want members being like, you're lying about Medicaid, you're cutting Medicaid. I mean, the other thing is that even you talk about Bush and Social Security and Pelosi, and I mean, ultimately Social Security overhaul failed in 2005 because of Republicans blocking Bush. And like Mike Johnson last week got this budget resolution through, and he had to make a lot of promises to a lot of people. And honestly, some of the promises he made were kind of contradictory, and those chickens are going to come home to roost. He has frontline members.
Well, at one point there were 400 buildings that were listed on this website tonight, saying that these were properties that were no longer of use to the federal government. One of them was the Department of Justice on Pennsylvania Avenue. Now, a short time later, that list was revised. DOJ disappeared from that list. But, one of the other properties on it was the old post office building, which one time served as the old Trump Hotel. So, there's a lot going on. This is rapid motion in Washington, D.C. It is very likely that the president will go off script at some point tonight. The White House still hasn't released, a verbatim as to what the president is exactly going to say, a copy of his speech just yet. We haven't even gotten excerpts of this tonight. But all I can tell you is after, years of covering the president's speeches, he does tend to go off script at times and say things that, maybe even a surprise to his own staff. So, that is one of the surprises you always get when President Trump speaks steps to the microphone. You never really quite know what he's going to say, Andrew.
All right, and Tom, we just saw Vice President Vance and some of these members of the Senate walk in, both Republicans.
Just walked in front of me here.
And Democrats. Oh, yeah, they walked in front of you. So, Tom, for those who aren't familiar of the Capitol geography, where are you in relation to all this?
Well, where we are right now, we are in Statuary Hall. Statuary Hall is just outside the door of the House of Representatives. At one time, this was the House of Representatives. The wings of the building that currently house the United States Senate and the House of Representatives, well, they were created and built during the Civil War in 1865. So prior to 1865, right where we're standing right now, this is where the House of Representatives was located. Young congressmen like Abraham Lincoln, they occupied this room. They had their desks a few feet away from where I'm standing right now. There are actually brass plaques in the floor, Andrew, of every congressman who later went on to be president, embedded in the marble floor in here. There had been famous scenes throughout history. There was a caning that took place during a debate about slavery at one point. So a lot of history in this room. It's one of the most famous spots in town. But it is the very oldest part of this Capitol building. It was the first part of the wing that actually opened up when it finally was built.
All right, Tom Fitzgerald. We could talk all day about American history. We always appreciate you, Tom. Have a good night.
Good to talk to you, Andrew. Take care.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to step away for yet another quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be showing you some of these scenes both inside and outside the Capitol. As we now know, Vice President Vance is in the chamber. The President and the First Lady have departed from the White House to Capitol Hill. And so we'll be monitoring all of this when we come back. We'll also be checking in with my colleagues, Austin Westfall and Christina Evans, here in the Live Now newsroom. More to come in 2 minutes.
Are not just brief, but sometimes full of follies. You remember when Marco Rubio, who was then a senator in Florida, tried to drink water. Last year, Alabama Senator Katie Britt had remarks that were widely parodied because of how she decided to modulate her voice. In a sense, you just don't want to screw up the response, and you want to give clear talking points that help reset voters' minds.
I think a lot of times, too, when we're looking at the lawmakers chosen for these moments, there's somebody who's seen as a rising star in their party, one to watch, so to speak. And Alyssa Slotkin had a very competitive race for the Senate. She flipped a district when she came into the U.S. House back in 2018. As you note, has all kinds of credentials on her own prior to her service in Congress, and is often mentioned, not to forget that she's from a swing state as well, but often mentioned on those lists of Democratic lawmakers to watch in this now Republican-controlled Washington Congress.
Exactly. In a sense, Democrats, we can see Nancy Mace in
South Carolina.
And she's talking to the vice president. They seem to be having a great time together. But she's very persistent. And who's that? That's Tom Cotton, the Arkansas senator, right behind the vice president. But to your point, yes, Alyssa Slotkin, often perceived of as an up-and-comer because of the political wins they've had. Although, again, this is the president's night. And so much of what the president says is going to set the terms for what happens afterward. Now, if we look just off to the right, you can see Congressman Chip Roy there. Congressman Roy is really important because he's the biggest deficit hawk. And one of the challenges that President Trump faces, as we know, is bringing down the deficit. When he was last president, the country spent about $325 billion a year servicing the debt. Well, now we're spending about $1 trillion. It's more than $600 billion in mandatory spending that Trump now has to do. That's a challenge for him.
We also see there Tim Scott of South Carolina, also chairman of the NRSC.
And someone who won Vance's position, right? Scott not just ran for president, he also really aggressively put his hat in the ring to be vice president.
He became one of the president's fiercest advocates after ending his own campaign. And I live in South Carolina and have been reporting there for about 2 decades now. And I remember getting a lot of questions from people I've known for a long time, wondering why was Tim Scott giving such a vocal endorsement of Trump right ahead of the South Carolina primary, which, as we know, can be very pivotal, both the Democratic and Republican campaigns. And to your point, we didn't know who Trump's running mate was going to be at that time. And Tim Scott was certainly one of those names that would continue to be mentioned. And, he campaigned fiercely for Trump in New Hampshire and through South Carolina and then beyond, and now is in Senate leadership on the campaign side. So we'll be seeing a lot more of him ahead of the midterms for sure.
That's right. And when Trump wants to talk about what he's done for poor populations, he often references the opportunity zones that Senator Scott came up with. Now, if you look at the data, they really have not made the impact that's been promised, but that's been one of his key talking points. All right, there is Speaker Johnson with the vice president.
Taking their positions there, right behind where the president will be giving this joint address to Congress. And I can imagine that in key points during this speech tonight, when there is going to be a standing ovation, we will start to see them standing up before the rest of the chamber. Since as both Republicans, they will, we always see those kinds of things happen in unison, pretty much for these big addresses.
And that is J.D. Vance's wife, Usha, with her guests. The two of them met at Yale Law School. I believe the story is famously set up by Yale law prof Amy Chua, who wrote that Battle of the what is it? The Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mother or something like that. She's here. I can't tell if his children are attending tonight. They also just put their home in Northern Virginia on the market now that they live at the Naval Observatory. So if you have a cool $1.7 million, you can get the Vance household.
Good to know. Good to know. Keeping that real estate market hot here in Washington.
Trump family.
Okay, we're seeing some members of the Trump family who have also gathered there in the balcony above the U.S. House floor to await the president's remarks. Also, a few moments ago, we caught a glimpse of Elon Musk, who is indeed there in the House chamber. I believe he was perhaps sitting on the stairs somewhere in the balcony. I don't see him in this shot, but perhaps we will see him again in a moment. Again, not an official member of the government at this point, but clearly playing an integral role in the Trump administration's first couple of weeks through his efforts with DOGE and making cuts across the federal government.
And we should really note that in many ways, Democrats want tonight to be about DOGE. They want to say, look, Trump has handed over the government to the world's wealthiest man. He's cutting programs for the poor, food aid around the world, and he's doing these things and essentially disrupting what government does. I will tell you, I ran into former Maryland Governor Marty O'Malley, who used to also run Social Security, the other day at the train station. I said, what's going to happen? And he said to me that Social Security would miss a payment because of DOGE's actions. We'll see if that comes to bear, right? That's a really big bet. But that tells you something about some of the possible risks that this initiative faces.
Very interesting. O'Malley, of course, who also recently ran for DNC chair. I think we're seeing Chris LaCivita there, who clearly was one of the leaders of
the joint session will come
Trump
to
campaign.
order.
Let's listen in as the House is called to order.
The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber the following: the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise; the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain; the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson; the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler; the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore; the gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin; the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn; the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries; the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark; the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar; the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu; the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse; the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker. The Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
We will leave you now to watch as the joint session of Congress gets ready to hear from President Donald Trump, set to make his address here in just moments. We will bring you the entirety of his remarks live, as well as the Democratic response to follow. And we will be back with you shortly to discuss all of these remarks, as well as perhaps hear live from members of Congress and get their reaction. So we will leave you to listen in at this moment, and we will be back with you after the president's joint address.
Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. Supreme Court.
That's great.
Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, 'members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. 6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded.
Mr. President.
A 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant at Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber. Go. Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record, to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America, $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going. And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country. We will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. Good luck. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, and they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer, who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because those goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases. And I said, just bear with me. And they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again. And this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases. And we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it. And it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama. Jeff Denard has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country. but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter. And earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took, and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great, great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi, good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests, and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Go get him. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing. And thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a six-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Now we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. "2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end the senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk, to the astronauts who touched the moon. Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You have been watching President Donald Trump's joint address to Congress, which just concluded in the U.S. House chamber. He is still making his way out of the House, being greeted by lawmakers following the speech. But just in case it comes up quickly, I want to let you know that next up, we expect to hear the Democratic response from Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. We'll be bringing you those remarks as soon as they begin. But for now, we are still seeing President Trump making his way out of the chamber. Many of these lawmakers who have been listening to him now hoping to get that selfie. Some of them may, as they do at the State of the Union, may be having him sign copies of his remarks. Sometimes we see that.
The chair declares the joint session of the two houses now dissolved.
There's Speaker Mike Johnson officially calling an end to these proceedings. I'm still here with Josh Boak, and Josh, we'll talk maybe a little bit later after the Democratic response, dive a little bit deeper into the president's remarks. But one thing that's notable to see how empty this chamber already is, with many of the Democrats who had stuck around. Some of them did leave during the president's remarks, but we saw a pretty swift move toward the exits from a lot of members of the opposition party.
Right. They exited fast, and President Trump's speech was really focused at that MAGA red meat. So it's not surprising that Democrats wanted to get out of the room. We saw repeatedly President Trump essentially kind of daring them to clap, whether that was for DJ Daniel, the cancer survivor who was sworn into the Secret Service, or Mexico bringing in cartel members. Trump was clear.
Moments like that we saw from some of those guests up in the balcony.
And when you talk to Trump supporters, those moments really matter to them. Now, again, the flip side on this is Trump also positioned the United States against the rest of the world tonight, whether that was Panama Canal, whether that was additional tariffs he's planning to place as soon as April, whether that was Greenland. This was a president who really did not come in here looking to make peace like he did in 2017 or even 2018 or 2019. He wanted to aggressively assert his agenda, and we'll see if that actually pays off.
We're still seeing some official action happening on the House floor, procedural stuff that we're accustomed to seeing, but many of the members are leaving. The president has clearly already left. And as we noted, we are still awaiting Michigan Democratic Senator Alyssa Slotkin's response to the president's remarks. So all of those lawmakers that we saw there in the chamber are now making that reverse journey out of the House chamber, back through Statuary Hall for some of them. But at more than an hour and 40 minutes, I would imagine that many of them are now ready to move on with the rest of their evening. That's how long we heard from the president tonight. Just about as long as some of his campaign speeches that I remember from being out on the trail. Not his longest ever, but definitely a lot of things discussed.
This was the longest speech I've heard from him that didn't end with YMCA. Right? Like, right. This was a very long speech, a lot of words. And when you think about it, like in these days, these speeches exist to be cut up on social media and reprocessed. So the length doesn't necessarily matter as much as it once did. But if you're watching this, this is an endurance contest for the lawmakers. And the Republicans, they wanted to keep that energy going. The Democrats wanted to show their opposition. Some people might have seen the Democrats holding up signs saying that the president was lying or not telling the truth. And that was kind of their effort to push back. We also saw Texas Congressman Al Green get removed very early on from the chamber in what was a largely symbolic protest, in which afterward he told reporters that he plans to work on articles of impeachment against Trump.
And that's something that we have seen from Congressman Green in years past. I think in 2017, in President Trump's first term, again in 2019, he was still already introducing those articles of impeachment. So clearly a theme for him, but also something we can expect to see more of this time.
And that's really a big takeaway. We are still a highly divided country. The polarization is there. It doesn't look like it's going away. If anything, tonight showed us that it will intensify.
As we await this Democratic response, just what is your big thematic takeaway tonight? I know you said that this was kind of a red meat speech for the president's supporters, many of whom are in that chamber and those members of Congress. But issue-wise, I know you were listening out for tariffs. What did we hear about tariffs and potential action on that front?
Well, the president indicated that tariffs are coming for Europe, Brazil, Canada, Mexico, South Korea. He went through that whole list. This is really MAGA against the rest of the world. And I think that that concept is unifying for his base. We don't know if it truly delivers the results. Many of the claims he made about tax cuts and balancing the budget, again, those are in tension. The details here really matter. The rhetoric is not enough. He made some bold claims by saying, I'll create an office of shipbuilding, but there are no details on what he would do. He wants to pull back the CHIPS funding, which helps to build computer chip factories in the US. The irony.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Slotkin. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak tonight. It's late, so I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama, 2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional. You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight. It's a working class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November. It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. Places where people believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better. It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat, but it was never a big deal because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season. Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy. So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share 3 core beliefs: that the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy, no matter how messy, is unparalleled and worth fighting for. Let's start with the economy. Michigan literally invented the middle class, the revolutionary idea that you could work at an auto plant and afford the car you were building. That's the American dream. And in order to expand and protect the middle class, we have to do a few basic things. We need to bring down the price of things we spend the most money on: groceries, housing, healthcare. We need to make more things in America with good-paying union jobs and bring our supply chains back home from places like China. We need to give American businesses the certainty they need to invest and create the jobs of the future. And we need a tax system that's fair for people who don't happen to make $1 billion. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down, and he hasn't laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. And one more thing, in order to pay for his plan, he could very well come after your retirement, the Social Security, Medicare, and VA benefits you worked your whole life to earn. The president claims he won't, but Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts? No oversight, no protections against cyber attack, no guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later? No CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Okay, so we've talked about economic security. How about national security? Let's start with the border. As someone who spent my whole career protecting our homeland, every country deserves to know who and what is coming across its border, period. Democrats and Republicans should all be for that. But securing the border without actually fixing our broken immigration system is dealing with the symptom and not the disease. America is a nation of immigrants. We need a functional system keyed to the needs of our economy that allows vetted people to come and work here legally. So I look forward to the president's plan on that. Because here's the thing, today's world is deeply interconnected. Migration, cyber threats, AI, environmental destruction, terrorism. One nation cannot face these issues alone. We need friends in all corners, and our safety depends on it. President Trump loves to say peace through strength. That's actually a line he stole from Ronald Reagan. But let me tell you, after the spectacle that just took place in the Oval Office last week, Reagan must be rolling in his grave. We all want an end to the war in Ukraine, but Reagan understood that true strength required America to combine our military and economic might with moral clarity. And that scene in the Oval Office wasn't just a bad episode of reality TV. It summed up Trump's whole approach to the world. He believes in cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and kicking our friends like the Canadians in the teeth. He sees American leadership as merely a series of real estate transactions. As a Cold War kid, I'm thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s. Trump would have lost us the Cold War. Donald Trump's actions suggest that in his heart, he doesn't believe we're an exceptional nation. He clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. Look, America is not perfect, but I stand with the majority of Americans who believe we are still exceptional, unparalleled. And I would rather have American leadership over Chinese or Russian leadership any day of the week. Because for generations, America has offered something better. Our security and our prosperity, yes, but our democracy, our very system of government, has been the aspiration of the world. And right now, it's at risk. It's at risk when the president decides you can pick and choose what rules you want to follow, when he ignores court orders and the Constitution itself, or when elected leaders stand by and just let it happen. But it's also at risk when the president pits Americans against each other, when he demonizes those who are different and tells certain people they shouldn't be included. Because America is not just a patch of land between two oceans. We are more than that. Generations have fought and died to secure the fundamental rights that define us. Those rights and the fight for them make us who we are. We're a nation of strivers, risk takers, innovators, and we are never satisfied. That is America's superpower. And look, I've lived and worked in many countries. I've seen democracies flicker out. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged. You can't open a business without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock at the door in the middle of the night. So as much as we need to make our government more responsive to our lives today, don't for one moment fool yourself that democracy isn't precious and worth saving. But how do we actually do that? I know a lot of you have been asking that question. First, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, but America needs you now more than ever. If previous generations had not fought for this democracy, where would we be today? Second, hold your elected officials, including me, accountable. Watch how they're voting. Go to town halls and demand they take action. That's as American as apple pie. Third, organize. Pick just one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Join a group that cares about your issue and act. And if you can't find one, start one. Some of the most important movements in our history have come from the bottom up. In closing, we all know that our country is going through something right now. We're not sure what the next day is going to hold, let alone the next decade. But this isn't the first time we've experienced significant and tumultuous change as a country. I'm a student of history, and we've gone through periods of political instability before. And ultimately, we've chosen to keep changing this country for the better. But every single time, we've only gotten through those moments because of two things: engaged citizens and principled leaders. Engaged citizens who do a little bit more than they're used to doing to fight for the things that they care about, and principled leaders who are ready to receive the ball and do something about it. So thank you tonight for caring about your country. Just by watching, you qualify as engaged citizens. And I promise that I and my fellow Democrats will do everything in our power to be the principled leaders that you deserve. Good night, everyone.
You've been listening to the Democratic response to Trump's joint address to Congress. That was Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin. She talked a little bit there about immigration. And Josh, that's one more thing that I wanted to discuss with you about the president's speech. It seemed like there were a lot of things that he was discussing that thematically were tied to other issues, but had a genesis for him in the need to reform immigration in the United States. What were your takeaways on that front?
No surprise, right? Since he started his presidential career, Trump has focused nonstop on trying to limit immigration. And he did the big thing in which he blames, he talks about angel families, people who've lost loved ones to people who entered the country illegally. That's been his big push to say this is why we need to restrict immigration and illegal border crossings. So not a surprise there, but it's also something he's been talking about for years and hasn't really delivered the kinds of lasting results that he promised he would do.
Yeah, he was bringing some of those angel families into the House chamber as guests. We saw several of them. Laken Riley's family was there, the family of Jocelyn Nungarai, the girl from Texas, who became her family became a mainstay at the end of the campaign.
And had a national park named after her, right? That was a big moment.
One of the big surprises or announcements that came during that speech. So yes, not a new issue for President Trump, but it remains to be seen, I guess, what kind of progress he's able to bring forward in this next term of his administration.
And his big thing was he said, Congress, you need to work with me on this. So this is one of those items where he feels he can't do it all by himself.
Absolutely. Thank you, Josh, as always, for being with us tonight and walking through all of these remarks and the issues. I really appreciate it.
Always delightful, Meg.
And thank you all for being with us. This concludes our part of AP's live coverage of President Donald Trump's joint address to Congress. You can find more of our reporting on apnews.com. Thank you so much. And
all right, guys, that was our show for tonight. Thank you all for watching. Great speech. Trump was amazing, as always. The Democrats were a bunch of freaking toddlers. The Democrat response, she was just not full with nothing but lies and fear-mongering. We'll talk about it more this Sunday on the podcast. But, yeah, I mean, great speech. So thank you all for being with me tonight. Appreciate you joining in. Almost 100,000 people tonight. Oh my God, that's fantastic. So, all right, see you guys on the next one. Peace.
The golden age of America begins right now. America's decline is over. We will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth. I am with you. I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. The golden age of America begins right now.